Okay, let's continue and hopefully finish Plat Ace Attorney Trilogy, the Phoenix Wright Destinies portion of that. We are on the final case of Game 2, Trial 2. We're trying to figure out who the Phantom is, because we've already cleared Simon's and Athena's names. And this will probably be the end of this game. So my intention will be, I wasn't going to start much sooner, but as I was setting everything up, my computer blue screened, so I had to restart everything and get it all back up again. So we'll see how it goes. It looks like everything should be okay now. It's only running it, it's still running it like the same amount of percentage, but we should be okay. So this should be the end of the game. I don't think it'll take me 5.5 hours to get to the end, considering we've already done the first part of the trial and almost finished the second. Well, we've almost finished the first part of the trial, from what I could gather with what we said last stream. So I can't imagine the second part of the trial taking 5.5 hours, or however long it takes. So we'll see how we go. So what's going to happen is we'll finish off the trial, and then once the trial is done, we will then go and we'll see the credits, and we'll go through and run down how I feel about that. And then the next stream that we do for this game, we will focus on the DLC case, which I'll call a different thing. I'll just probably add Dual Destinies DLC as the listing, or special episode or something. I don't know what to do. I'll figure it out from there. So let's get things started and things. So we should be at this end of the end of the trial. So let's just see if we can finish the game. I'm sure we can finish the game today. We'll just have to see how everything goes. I think we definitely can. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting. What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice. But the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Orr's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. That scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the space center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. Couldn't find them? But where could they have been? Who's to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them to prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Oh, Taka is the... I guess Taka delivered everything to him. I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity. You bloody butcher became my taunt. What about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Some useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. Gotta hold on to this real tight. Phantom Psych profile added to court record. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Why do I get the feeling this is gonna tie into the mood matrix somehow? Like, their emotions rarely fluctuate, which means that it's not gonna change a whole lot, and they don't experience feelings like everybody else. So something's gonna be, I guess the way we break this down is gonna be something to do with, We'll see. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions? Not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rock that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Roland. It seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring those proceedings to an end. Whatever, do what you want. Really no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Phoenix Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Wait, what? Who's objecting this to me? You? Wait, what? Apollo's? Why are you objecting? Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Should we continue? Okay, so there was only about 5 minutes. Yeah, I guess that was correct. Maybe I could have actually, like, continued on with it, but it's like I figured we'll just do it in this anyway. Okay. Alright. December 20th, District Court, courtroom number 4. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. What? This is the trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. Thank you for the like, Cupid. Hope your stream's going well. Hope you're enjoying the Madarame Palace and all that stuff. I think that's a really cool looking palace. Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give him permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that alright with you, Mr. Edgeworth? Execution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I want the police investigation report immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. Really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well, your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clayterran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding Lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding Lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped to the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. Better rearrange my evidence. Relevant evidence swapped in. Relevant evidence swapped into the court record. Okay, so our evidence has changed. Our evidence has now changed. We've now got less evidence. Well, actually, no, we have different evidence, but it's rearranged the evidence because these two things were lost. Now they're not. So now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. Follow Justice's accusation. Suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clayterran. My correct suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Press every statement, obviously, because we always... There's something to get... We need more information, I think. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes, sorry. All started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. Then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Or Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. Didn't know what to do or think. Couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be easy to be. I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That's why. Okay, that's why they. That's why he was wearing the eye patch. Okay, that's their explanation. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. The reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clayterran. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Guess he has a point. Bracelet wasn't the only one I became suspicious of her.
Hold it!
blood that was found in the Space Museum with the fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at that time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes has absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. Wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. Now, you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. Still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo?
Hold it!
Is it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? Afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there was a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the same camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. Recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the museum. Camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but makes sense. Athena said she'd snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. Then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. Said about until noon of the next day. Didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. It must have been, when the camera captured her. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
There's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Order! Order in the court! It can't be, but if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped? It was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched. A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Hold it!
So I don't think we've got enough information yet. Leaving your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? Probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... Say it again, Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. And I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Or is this what you think, Mr. Wright? This is what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? In this case, I'm guessing the answer has to be of course, because, everyone else seems to be suggesting that. Of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. Yeah, something seems like as long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is this what this was all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. What is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in the pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. Yeah, this is definitely like, hey, let's tie everything up and wrap things up, I guess I should say. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. So like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. Really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Dr. Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? It would have to be the Space Museum corridor, because, I'm pretty certain they mentioned there were people in the control room. Because, Yuri was at the south of the exit, but I remember pretty sure they already said that there were people in the control room, so it couldn't have been anywhere else. It would have to be the Space Museum corridor.
Take that!
I don't think there's any other option there. They really only could have escaped to the corridor, to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get to the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. It's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped at the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been boarding lounge 2. Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. Investigate the crime scene thoroughly. The only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? Hold on a second. What if... those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into boarding lounge number 2. Once Plat 1 in the Space Museum was switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides boarding room number 2? It would have to be the, So they're saying that, so what happens is when you spin the, how do I put it? When you spin this around, these corridors here detach, and then spin. I believe they detach from like here, and then they, things. So, and if the only way for leaves to come in this particular situation would be, they'd have to come from the outside, so, does that mean that it's like, does that mean that when these corridors are opened, it leaves open some space? Because that's also a chance. It could, if when these corridors close, leave an open space, then that could mean that somebody could jump down through the area. As ridiculous as that sounds, considering we're on the 3rd floor, but I mean, it could be entirely possible. That's the only logical explanation that I can think of. So I guess the best way to say this would be, like, I guess point to the outside. I'm gonna assume that it's something like this.
Take that!
Found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Yeah, that's entirely possible. While the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor safety door. Yeah, it would give you enough time to jump out and escape. Was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. But I'm not sure how logical that is if you have to fall down 3 floors. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center. Insane!
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. That was what I was trying to say, but it's like there's no other... Where's the other option here? Like, if it leads to the outside, the dead leaves got in there somehow. Oh, you're back? Welcome back. We are, we're basically now just trying to wrap our heads around the final case. So, pretty much what's happened now is Apollo's come back. He's saying that Athena's done it. Because he sensed that she was lying. Also, we're now trying to establish how the 3rd party could have escaped the area, and we're thinking that while the rooms were spinning around to transition, that the killer jumped out of the corridor into the outside area, which sounds ridiculous because he felt it would be 3 floors, but that seems to be the only explanation that we have. No, the only person caught on camera was Athena, so we're trying to say how would he have been if the killer, how could the killer have escaped if he was never caught on camera? So we're thinking that the only way to do... Yeah, the guy that got stabbed was never caught on camera. They didn't, Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death. Yeah, the guy that got stabbed was not caught on camera at all. So we've established the theory that, well, the game has established that the only logical way to not get caught on camera and to have been able to escape the side of that would be to jump out of the, if I show the, let me show you the picture. Is there a picture of the layout? Where's the layout picture? Where's the layout picture? There was a layout picture that was in here. Like, basically they were trying to say that, yeah, the stuff with the rewinded tape hasn't come back up yet. I don't think. But we haven't got any imagery, as far as we know, of the killer. Ordinarily, yes. Because we've solved the case from 7 years ago. Okay, how do I put this now? It's the same case from last night, yes. So, we've finished up the case from 7 years ago. Now we're dealing with a separate case. Because there was technically 2 cases. We wrapped up the case from 7 years ago. That was mostly what we did last stream. And then this stream is we're tying everything back to a different case that you didn't see. So we're still trying to figure out who... at this point we're trying to figure out who the Phantom is. But essentially they were involved in both cases from the looks of it. So this is actually a separate case. After the bombing incident, the copper could make use of a certain item. What item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Yeah, this is a separate case. This is the case before the case from last stream. Where we didn't actually, we just got our client off of the guilty verdict, but we never actually got down to who had done it, so... yeah. Oh, that's good. Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. Well, the only thing you could have used in this case would be... the emergency ladder. Yeah, that's the only thing that we have that's climbable here.
Take that!
Do you know if Nook reached affiliate? Because he was at 2.94 yesterday, so I'm assuming he got to affiliate today. Okay, so if that's the case, so I know that all of you streamed together. He ended last time 3.1. Okay, that's good. So that means that what I'll do is if you happen to if Nook and you happen to both be on at the same time, I'll start sending my raids to you. If there's not any other one, if there's not other people, but just so that we can help get your numbers up now, because we've reached Nook got to affiliate, so we'll try and help out a bit. At least I'll try and help at it when I can. There's an emergency ladder on the 4th floor of the robotics lab. It was used that day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Oh, okay. It's fine. Did something happen on Siege? What happened on... did Siege, like, crash or something? Or did something actually go wrong with Siege? Because I might not have, Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Call the launch pads for switch off the ladder was lowered. Corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. That's when the culprit literally sprang into action. Leapt onto the ladder. Who would have imagined? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you should just take a break. That's always good. I had, someone that I watched stream, had the same thing with Overwatch. They kind of just, they were sick of the toxic teammates in Overwatch, and they just took, a couple of weeks, break from it, and then they've come back to it now, after that, so... Yeah, you might just need to, yeah, just taking a break would actually be really good with that, I think. Just, it can become a little overwhelming in that case. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Just find something else that you can enjoy playing. There's so many different multiplayer games that are out there, and it's like it's just a matter of finding one, just taking a break and trying something else. Alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then, name one. Yeah, one thing, where are we? We're in September right now. Because, keep in mind, like, as you were saying last time, a lot of the, October is going to be big for horror games, obviously, because of, Halloween coming up, so... Oh, she took interest in watching, my streams as well. I didn't know this. These games are really fun. I enjoyed them. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. That's cool to know. A full 20 feet. Now this stream will probably be shorter for today, just because this is the last case, and unless it takes me 5 hours to get through this last thing, we'll probably get the credits, and this particular thing, we still have a DLC case, and then the third game has 5 cases plus a DLC case, so I've still got an entire game that I haven't even covered for this yet. And then today the Edgeworth investigation games came out, so there's 2 more of these games that have come out. If they arrive in time, I can probably do those as well. In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and skipped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. It's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other. It's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? I think we have someone. Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point at every flaw? Yeah, I love Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. Oh, also, you were wondering why the character had a bandage over his eye. So this particular character, who you play as in the previous game, he has an ability, so, when somebody is, lying, he can perceive their tell, like their nervous twitch. Like if someone's rubbing their neck or, fiddling with something. He has an ability that allows him to perceive that habit and then point out, like, why are you feeling nervous at this point when you're talking in your testimony? So he covered his eye up because he wanted to prevent his ability from being used in a certain case. So that they've explained why he has the bandage now. Each character has their own kind of, so Athena had the mood matrix, which was that feelings thing that you saw with the happy, sad, surprised thing. Apollo has an ability to perceive a nervous habit or twitch, and Phoenix has the Magatama that can, when you present evidence, can break the Cyclops, like what we saw in the last stream, when Athena had the, she got her memories back. Probably have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Got it this time. I could prove that there is someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route. The proof would have to be this. So the Phantom Psych profile states that he does not, his emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. So if this is the case, if most people feel fear from wanting to run and jump onto a ladder that was so many feet away, he might not experience this fear. If he doesn't feel and experience them the same way that normal people do. So that would imply that that the Phantom themselves is beyond the feeling of fear, potentially. So that would at least give us something.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? So a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet high in the air. Choose this extreme way of escaping with hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. It's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But there was such a person there at the scene. Yes, the Phantom. That mysterious shadowy figure keeps popping up. Dear. The Phantom, again? Knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing. But I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue. There was just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay. But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. As they usually do. Oh right, yeah, you were talking about that. We actually had that one photo. Yeah, the photo with the guy in the mask. I forgot about that. That was the thing. I think that was what you were talking about. The I couldn't bring up that photo for some reason. That was, I think, the photo you were talking about. So where was it? Do I still have that photo here? Yeah, it was that one that you were talking about. Yeah, we have that one, but we had no clue who it was. We haven't got any. Yeah. We got him caught in the hallway, but we don't have we don't know who they are as of yet. We've got to get down to that. Because well, one, they had a mask on from something else, and then two, that was the one that we were talking about. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As it was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other room? The robotics lab wasn't the only one with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used. That's right. What could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told to by the detective leading the... You've gotta be kidding me. I think we've got him. I think we've got him now. Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? A mystery spy known as the Phantom is none other than... we only know one detective in this case. Obviously all these characters, it won't be most of these characters because of their association with Bling. There's only one detective in this entire case that's been, thing so far. And they've been here since the very beginning of the game, and they've been, helping us out a lot with other cases too. The only, detective that we know is Fulbright. And he also led the evacuation effort at the Space Center. And he, I think it's only one person. Can only be the one person. Has to be you. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. So duty on the 4th floor. It's quite the madhouse, I tell you. So the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We loaded an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down to headed to the shelter. This is the detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
And I was voicing him like he was a superhero as well. Are you saying? I mean, the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We're all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Order in the court! Mr. White, how could this be? It's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. Ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. Second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tarrant and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start. As crazy as it is, it makes a lot of sense considering the psych profile. He jumped as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. Don't believe it! That adult Peter detective did all that? Is it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends us, good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. My catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Then, his concern for Simon was also just one big act? I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give into his emotions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that blood-stained lighter to court too. The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it, how the hell did I fall for all that? For him to be wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. December 20, 5:13 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 5. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, don't think we yet. Still have an uphill battle to fight. Got it, boss. Polo. Alright, he's gonna have to probably apologize now. Well, this is awkward. Then you can do me a favor? What is it? Could you punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of dad inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust. Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Now, what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. What is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. Took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? Didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Okay, we're gonna have a point where he tears the bandage off. I get the feeling that we're gonna have to, like, use all of our powers to try and get this case done, because the mood matrix is already probably not gonna work, because if the Phantom feels no emotion, or his emotions fluctuate, it's going to throw off the scale, so the only way we're gonna be able to do that is either we're gonna have to perceive some of his actions, or we're gonna have to probably, like, break some psych locks. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. It's Edgeworth again. Okay. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. They're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aurora Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Have you seen all the others? Thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needs to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she wants. Wonder what it is. Miss Blackwell? She's gonna thank us for helping out with Simon. Didn't come to apologize, that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura, she'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots, still. Suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me? Oh, Miss Aura, does that mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just... wouldn't mind if you were the one who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us, we'll get him. So I guess that means you're starting to trust us, at least. So I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. Just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. Probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. Guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. So glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. Just one Blackwell in court, and then the other. One Blackwell's been thing, and the other one has not been, so... What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. Still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. Can't believe they killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor? So you're gonna ask to be on the case? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. The formal paperwork is yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. Alright, so we are going back to, I'm much obliged. We're going back to, well, Blackwell as the prosecutor, at least just for this part. Off come the handcuffs. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Is that gonna break them this time? Alright. Now he's free from his restraints, so I wonder if this is gonna change the way he approaches stuff. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher. The light brighter, I should say. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. Don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. So glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell? Mr. Wright? Please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? Coming to the defense's bench with me? Yeah, we're definitely gonna need him there. Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me now, can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. You sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed. You're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. I think I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it. Alright, let's,
So,
anime
you're
now.
needing that eye patch anymore, right? Right, because I'm fine now.
Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in mind. Yep, should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, first people on the scene 7 years ago, facial data registered by the robot, Lieutenant Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory right. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. This is it. Final battle. Murder of Apollo's friend. Courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Let's go. Do we gonna get a save, or do we just go straight in? So, solve this mystery. December 20th, 5:27 PM, District Court, Courtroom number 4. Hey, no, congrats on reaching affiliate. Congratulations. That 3.1 average now. Let us now reconvene. Defense is ready, runner. Yeah, no more grinding, no more grinding, no more, you know, having to, like, worry about an average, just, getting everything set up for affiliate and enjoying your emotes, and, I'm getting close. My average is still a 2.78 at the moment, so we'll definitely get there. But coming close. Hopefully it's sometime this week, because that would be around 2 years since I started streaming. So, hang on a second. My game just crashed. Did my game crash? I'm not moving at the moment. Yeah, I'm not too far away. It's just a matter of waiting for everything to happen. Shadow's already stopping. Shadow has already like stopped by. Just reboot this thing. It might be the PlayStation. It might be the just remote play. We're definitely very close. We're very close. Come on, fix this. Wait for remote play to reboot. Just close it down, but I'll just need to see what the problem is. It could be the PlayStation. I did my computer blue screened. That's the first time it's blue screened since I've started using it. My PlayStation turned off a couple of days ago, and that was the first time I'd. Okay, let's back up now. Where is? Alright, we're back. Prosecution's never been more than ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. Still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much, the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Alright, I'm still gonna voice him as if he's playing the character, because that's how he's acting, but I'm fairly certain at this point we're presenting... Considering we have enough evidence to present him as the Phantom, I'm gonna keep him in character until, he probably breaks, and at that point, how do you voice somebody who has no emotion? Like, it's hard to voice somebody with no emotion. Everyone has emotion, so it's the... I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Because there was only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. In justice we trust.
Objection!
Can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident. Right, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let us get to your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. The embodiment of justice. I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Phoenix Wright is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? The defendant is a real culprit. That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who could define it anyway? Justice? Just is!
Objection!
Yeah, it's Fulbright. He's in, well, you could say he's in shambles, but he's always been like this. This is the problem, so, how do you voice somebody who has no emotion? Like, as a person who has emotion, you can't just suddenly not voice someone with no emotion. They have to be like some sort of, like, edgelord, I guess. I don't know. Don't let me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me! Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes? Wake up and smell the justice!
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell? Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Oh, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? It's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. Oh, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Alright, we'll press every statement, probably. Actually, I should probably figure out which statements I don't want to press. So we don't have any proof for this yet, so I don't think it's this. It has to probably be this, just because of, like, the way that he's...
Hold it!
So we're just saying... Embodiment of justice. Those are just empty words. They say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over? Alright. Let's just move on. Yeah, I'm thinking this is the statement I should probably press just because it's, he probably will go in more in depth with this, and we don't have any proof to... We don't have anything else to present that can suggest otherwise, for now, I don't think. Please tell us more about the circumstances surrounding the ladder. Well, I'd much rather expound on the topic of justice, but... Oh, alright. Let's see, what should I ask about? Ask about Aura Blackwell or ask about the lab? Okay, this actually was one that I had to press. I would think... What was the question he asked? We asked, tell us more about the circumstances surrounding the ladder. I would think that the better option here would be asking about, the lab. Mainly because we already know from Aura Blackwell's account that something happened, so maybe we can trip him up with something about the lab. Please tell us anything you remember at the lab. The lab, huh? Well, it was so messy there was hardly anywhere to step. I guess they were in the middle of building a giant robot. Yeah, that's pretty much how it looked when we visited this afternoon, too. Okay, I know the drill. You want me to add this statement to my testimony, don't you? What? No, way ahead of you. I'll just add it in. Okay, so you, okay, the lab was very messy, so it's actually kind of a poor choice for the evacuation. Okay, this one here we probably have to, do something for, so... I thought I was, so there must be multiple statements we can press.
Hold it!
Alright, I'll go back to 2 in a second. You mean the lighter that was found at the Space Museum, is that right? The one and only! After Miss Sykes murdered Mr. Terran, she escaped to the Space Museum. That's when she probably dropped the lighter. Then, after the launch pads were switched, she ran out of the Space Museum, where it means she was caught by the security camera. Without evidence, she'll probably save this fight for another time. Okay, so that, this statement will come up later, I think. We just don't have the evidence as of yet to prove that something is going to happen with this. Let's see what you say with this one. Not fooling anyone. You chose the ladder in that very room on purpose to create your escape route. That's not true, it's just that when it comes to ladders, I'm very particular. I had a good feeling about that ladder. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Did I mess up somewhere along the way? Okay. Oh, I think I know what's happened. I should have, Did I mess up somewhere along the way? This is probably like, this seems like a tricky case. You can press multiple statements and it gives you extra stuff. I think we should go and ask about Aura then, if that's the case. I don't know if pressing him along this is gonna work. I shouldn't lose any points if I do though, so... Please tell the cop we remember about Miss Blackwell at the time. She appeared to be really angry that the bombing commotion was disrupting her work. She even threw a robot at me. Yikes, I hope it wasn't poor Clunker. This is very important information, isn't it? I'll just switch this statement in. Why don't you let me decide then? Okay. So, statements, so Miss Black was extremely crabby about having a working truck. So, statements, sorry. Was it statement 4 or statement 3? One of these statements, made it so you could change between Blackwell and the lab. I'm assuming that it's like what we did last time, where we have to basically break down both. But it's now getting a little bit confusing, because if I press this again, I get the feeling it's just going to, thing. So we'll go to number 2, because I haven't pressed this one yet.
Hold it!
Get all the information out that we can. Arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it, in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but... Wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, White Dono. Especially about that lighter. He's right, but what exactly should I ask about? The number of prints or the position of prints? I don't think the position of the prints matters. I think the number of prints matter, because if it's surely there would be more than one set of prints on this particular ladder. Lighter, sorry. Because they said that in the court record, didn't it mention only her prints were found? It has Athena's prints on it in the victim's blood, but no other prints? Like, not even off of the blood? So there has to be something about the number of prints. So how many prints were found exactly? 3! The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand. Your Honor, that is an important statement. Could we please have it added to my testimony? You got it? You beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. Okay, so this statement here would have to have something. So 3 prints were on the light of the thumb thing. Okay, so we've already, let's press this. I'm assuming we're gonna have to present something here as well, because I think we're gonna have to present something at this statement and present something at the last statement with a certain thing. So 3 prints from a right hand were found on the lighter, huh? Are you certain of this? I'd stake my life on it. Mr. Wright, isn't it odd he's saying the prints are from Athena's right hand? Why would you say that? Well, think about it for a second. Athena always wears that glove on her right hand, right? So there's no way she'd leave prints of those 3 fingers from her right hand. Hey, great point. Why didn't I catch that one? Dr. Fulbright, I'm sure you heard our discussion just now about how Miss Slacks always wears a glove on her right hand. Well, I have only one thing to say to that. Do you have evidence that she was wearing that glove at the time of the incident? Guess we don't. If you want to prove the defendant innocent, you'll have to ask better questions than that. Like an intellectual from you, Smiles Magoo. Should I try asking about something else? Wasn't she caught on cam escaping? Yes. Do we have security footage? Let me check for a second. Security footage. Let me see if I can find what you're looking for. Autopsy reports. That's not the right footage. It's the launchpad door. No. Okay, we can't see the we can't see the picture. It won't allow us to see the picture, but I don't think we've actually we've just been told she was caught on camera. I don't think we've actually seen the footage of her caught on the camera. But this here is the contradictory statement. The reason why this is contradictory is because in Aura's statement, she said that the perpetrator held a lighter in their left hand and a knife on the right. So, if that's the case, and he's saying that that's on the right, yeah, I don't think we've seen it yet. If we do get to see it, we might get it later, but, yeah, so obviously it can't be her right hand. If they're thinking that the perpetrator was Athena, then, yeah, this would be the contradictory statement, so, I think we press on with this. Let's proceed with your testimony, shall we? So now we leave this, and we present this statement, I think, we present this last statement here with the statement that Aura made, and say, hey, oh, right, no, you would, because this says 3 prints, 3 prints were on the lighter, oh, no, this one here would be the same one. This one's fine, because he says here a right hand. So I think it doesn't matter. I think it's this still says the right hand, so our statement here would still contradict that. So I think it's still okay.
Objection!
Because he also mentioned about it being on the right hand. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. So here is the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? Right, doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Dr. Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. Just can't understand it. They're definitely right-handed prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. Do you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room? That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So are you saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror? I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection?
Silence.
Right, Dono, you'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right, there's no emblem on the other side. Exactly, as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. Come back, my beautiful contradiction. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust? Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure this really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad. So very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Dr. Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yes, my bracer acted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice, don't know you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. Okay, now we have to go and find a specific... This is the thing I was talking about before with the perceiving. So Apollo's bracelet can tell when someone has a nervous twitch. When we push perceive, what's going to happen is it's going to go slowly through the statement. And we have to go around and keep looking for his tell on his body. And when we spot it, we then say, hang on a second, you're feeling nervous about something. Why would you be feeling like this? It's a bit of a hack ability, but at the same time, like, it's, that's what the game wants us to do, so... we basically need to go around with this and find, any kind of, like, twitches or something that might change. Usually it's on their hands or on, like, their, usually it's on their hands or on the thing. On the face. It's probably better, you know what, I should probably start on the face. just to see if the face would do anything. Yeah, you know what? We'll do that first. We'll just stay on the right. We'll stay on the face just to see if he gets any like nervous twitches. If we can see anything. Right now, he's just talking. One thing I do wish that they could do is while they were doing the statement, you could see the twitch happening, but you can only see it when it's happening during the perception, which is kind of bad, I think. Okay, I didn't see anything changing in his face, so let's try his, let's try his hand. Let's see if the hand twitches or not. Let's try the other hand. Ah, there it is. That's what we're looking for. So his thumb moved. As stupid as it is, like, his thumb moved, so, that is what we have to perceive as the nervous twitch. But we have to do it on the specific statement. I think we're nearly done, actually, right? No trophies are coming up. Alright, there we go. Stupid as it is, that's the twitch. Like, the nervous twitch. Yeah, no,
gotcha!
So, Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge with your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. I'm gonna turn the light on because it's getting dark. It's getting dark for things, so be back in like 2 seconds. Now I might have to get off for a while. Looks good. So let's get this case finished. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just
silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What you do, Prosecutor Blackwell? I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. I mean, it's evidence. You should be able to examine it. That's one thing I don't understand. We can't actually examine the lighter. Usually in the other games, you would be able to examine all of your evidence if it was like a physical, like a sword or a thing. Like in this game, you cannot examine the lighter. I'm guessing the reason why you can't examine the lighter is because it's an important part of the case, and they don't want you to, That's where I think the examine thing... I think they took it away because they didn't want you to, accidentally, like, spoil yourself or something, but you're supposed to be trying to solve a case, so... I think it's like for plot convenience. Maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Okay, so that's the Earth emblem that they're talking about. It's hard to tell the prints are from a right hand or a left just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. This letter definitely hides a secret. Okay, let's check it out carefully. Yeah, I'm thinking that there's gonna be like, or inside, maybe. The back is covered with blood. So, do you notice anything funny about this bloodstain? You're right, it suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly the lighter was held with the right hand so that the emblem was visible. So, the print should be around the emblem on the lid when you open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. I was gonna say, could I open it? But, I guess you can technically open it. The Earth emblem itself doesn't look any. Is this the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about? See anything noteworthy? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh, that's what it is. Like, I was gonna say that there was something when you opened it, but oh. Okay, I wasn't expecting this. It's a gun. No, it's a transformed into something. It's a gun. That's what it is. Okay. It was a gun, not a handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? It's a hidden gun. There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. A what? Gun, so that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a 10 caliber. Oh, we're returning back to this now. This little compact item takes bullets of that caliber. We're going back to this this point. We've returned to the 10 caliber bullet and where it came from. We actually don't know where that came from yet. So. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun? So when Fulbright would touch his holster... That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem. He must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Fulbright, you'll explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found at the Space Museum, and then I brought it straight in. Didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. Well, apparently the detective is right. You guys really trying to prove your client's innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution's prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident. And the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter. And the person who murdered Mr. Terran. And the person who bombed the Space Center. Aurora, the defendant. Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. That seems a bit far-fetched. Now, do you see? A man in the sight of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. Just if the prints are on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. We should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did you do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. This lighter. That's another reason why they didn't. That's another reason that they didn't give us a chance to look at the lighter, because the lighter had to. If we clicked the lighter on the emblem immediately, we would have seen that it was a gun. So that must be one of the reasons why they just didn't get. They got the examination, unless you could actually do it for later stuff, because otherwise it would have just given away the entire case. I think that's what's happened. We'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Oh yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to the case. I could always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. We assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along. There's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left on it, the owner of the prints, or where the prints are on it. I would think that it would be about where the... it would be the owner of the prints. Because we don't think that Athena did it. I also would have said where the prints are on it, because if there was a hidden gun and someone pulled the trigger without gloves on, but Fulbright wears gloves, I believe, so that would explain that if, like, there'd be no prints of his on it, because if he did shoot the gun, there shouldn't be any prints when he did that. How the prints were left on it and the owner of I'm thinking, well, there's only these three options. It would have to be the owner of the prints, because it would imply that Athena used the gun, but, we still don't really know as of yet, I don't think, so. I thought at first it was where the prints are on it, because if we're to imply that Athena shot with the gun, then shouldn't there be fingerprints of where, of her pulling the trigger? Because if she got fingerprints on the outside of it, why aren't there fingerprints found on the gun portion? But that would also just be, in general, the owner of the prints as well, because it's like, well, we've got prints of her from on the outside of it, but not on everything else, so maybe I just go with this. They're really Athena's fingerprints. They definitely match their print data. What about the data itself? True, but what we're trying to imply is that Fulbright is the killer, so if that's the case, he wouldn't have checked for prints, because he would have, like, he was the one that did it himself. And so if he's the one who did it, then I guess he would have, like, yeah, sabotaged it or something, maybe. Like, that's the only thing I can think of, so. Like, it's probably been, he's probably sabotaged it, and also, even if they discovered it at the start, he would have known that the gun was fired, so he probably would have removed his own prints from the gun portion, anyway. Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? Could he have swapped his prints with the Phoenix and the print data? Could have. It's possible. He was the one who did the print data, so, he could have definitely, done so. He could have, swapped, he could have analyzed the prints, quote unquote, or he could have just taken Athena's prints and his prints and just swapped them. Like, no one else has gone and actually physically checked to say, hey, these are official. He was the one who did it, so it's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible. Same as Select prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? Guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. You don't insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence.
Your Honor, I let my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then, bailiff. Yep, so that's what's happened. Detective has probably swapped the prints to cover himself. It appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. There we go. The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran. Okay, lighter updated in the court record. It has Clay Terran's fingerprints and blood on it. So Clay Terran is the victim in this case. So he didn't. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter. Ah, I see. Come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off of his hand. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data. We'll put the blame on Miss Sykes. Yeah, you definitely are on the ball. I would love to see how you, I would love to see how you break down these cases. Like, you're only getting some of these cases on partial information. And you're on the ball with these. It's gonna be interesting to see how, you will be able to break down these cases, like, thinking much further ahead on how it happened, and see if you actually get stumped. This play must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, there's definitely a way to break it down, but... You're actually create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. Like, once you have all of the evidence, you can piece everything together, but, you know, once you... this is more so like, as you go. So does this mean that Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Such a Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Now, the one thing that I'm not really sure about is, if we're supposed to believe that he is the Phantom, he's doing a very, very good job of hiding the fact that he is, he's doing a really good job of hiding the, because the Phantom, they did specifically mention that the Phantom was a spy. They said the Phantom and they said that the Phantom was a spy, But, they also mentioned specifically in the records here that the Phantom, his emotions rarely fluctuate, and also he does not experience feelings like most people do. So that's why he was able to make that jump between the, like, he didn't have any fear, so he just was able to jump from the area to the ladder. Most people wouldn't be able to say, hey, I'm gonna run and jump and catch this ladder. Like, most people would be afraid of dying. He's not afraid of dying. So he just can do it. So I guess he's just feigning emotion. But he's doing a good job at it, because this character was showing a lot of emotion before. Fulbright, are you really a Phantom? Answer me. Or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over now. Be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. What is the judge thinking? Undercover investigator. No, that's not the kind of investigating he's up to, no. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. How does this judge have a job? Exactly. He's basically played for laughs. They always are. In one of the cases, one of the prosecutors just, like, clicks his fingers and says, Judge, can we have the case wrapped up, please? And, the judge is kind of just, like, dumbfounded. He's just like, okay, let's just do this. Before any, statements or anything's even read, he just clicks, like, the judge is just, yeah. That's right, I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. Took my family hostage, forced me to cooperate with them.
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But what if you say but if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated ladder? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. And the crime on Athena Sykes was just another of the Phantom's orders. You expect me to buy that? Right, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. Just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. Wait, what? Actually, there's actual assassin. With the sealing blood off, I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper's shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. Can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now. There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. Wait, oh, he's gone serious now. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence.
Huh? Excuse me? How does that happen? How do you get charged 11 times? How does that happen? Was it via, because, I mean, you give someone the card, they scan the card, it goes through once. That's all that it should be. And 11 times. Yeah, they should be able to refund you easily. How does that happen? Taco Bell, get everything together. Come on, Taco Bell. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I don't know how that happens. So this is another reason why going all digital with things is really bad, because it's like, how does someone get scanned 11 times? Like that should not be happening in any circumstances. 11 times? You must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Prosecutor Blackwell? This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts. He actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me? Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay for the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Even the judges crying. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. Even the judge is crying at this. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good, I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. I don't think it's that simple. Like, Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do the Phantom, the man who killed Clay will get away. I know, but what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off. This cannot be the end of the case. No, this cannot be the end of the case. Someone's... Okay, get phasmophobia later up? Okay. The defense? No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. Just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Do you believe that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done to you? Or done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. There we go. There we go, Athena. That's what we're talking about. Nothing at all during his entire testimony has triggered any emotion. And that ties into the Phantom's profile of the subject's emotions rarely fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people. Rarely fluctuate, which means that if you have no emotion or experience very little of it, it's not going to change significantly or peak in any sort of way. We've got him. I think we have him. Like, I think we fire out the Mood Matrix, right? Like, the Mood Matrix has to be the way. That's the easiest way to expose the Phantom for who he is. Suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. Does that mean we may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie? That's it. Your special ability, we just might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective is deeply traumatized by accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as you're an undercover investigator, and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me.
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon. I knew you would catch on, Athena. Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to be, believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me a chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this. We're about to get exposed to some, things right now. See what the Mood Matrix has to say. Nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. Even when he's crying here, still nothing. And the fact that your family have been taken hostage and think still nothing. You are feeling nothing, sir. You have been exposed. Consider yourself exposed. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all. Just like I thought. Right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. And yet he's expressing it. Like, he doesn't feel emotions in his heart, but he's able to express it physically as well, so I guess he's just a really good actor. That's probably the best way to look at it. He's probably just a really good actor. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Wait, what? Imagine claiming his family has been taken hostage while you see the moon, but yeah, that's the thing, like... They could have done that, but the fact that the Phantom feels no emotion means that it's like, it's not even the fact that he's sad, it's like he's feeling nothing. Which is even worse, like that's like a, I can't remember which, is it a, I'm trying to remember, is it a psychopath? Is it a psychopath that doesn't feel emotion for, or is it a sociopath? I can't remember which one. There's sociopath, psychopath, sociopath. Okay, so yeah, a sociopath. So psychopath finds joy in it, but a sociopath has no real reaction. They just do it for, yeah. That's what it is. That's what that must be what he is. He must be a sociopath. That he feels nothing. Like he feels nothing in his. Not only does he feel nothing for killing. He feels nothing in general. Like, his family, he mentioned that his family had been kidnapped, and he has no emotion in his heart. Yeah, most of the time it would be Hitman. Yeah, that would make sense, because in that case they have no, that would make sense. Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, detective? Yeah, he's got a... Me? I'm not doing anything! He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Psychopath does things because it benefits them, and sociopath does it because they can. And there's your difference. Okay. So he's more of a sociopath than a psychopath. Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I did use my secret arsenal while even thinking. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to hide your lack of emotions from us. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading. But he's literally crying us a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just that it says in Dr. Slack's profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell, you are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know. More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. Since there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. That could be the case, however, we already established that the Phantom didn't feel fear because, well, at least in the first case, sorry, we established he didn't have fear because he jumped out of, he made the jump out of the corridor to the ladder, and that would have been like a 50 feet drop or something, so that could make it fearful, the thought of getting caught, but, we'll just have to see. I'm just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. But I will say it again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Alright, Phantom, let's go. Let's do this. Let's see what, radio. So, surprise? Oh, this is... Hang on a second. I'm getting overwhelmed with emotions to remember this. Alright, what have we got here? A big hit of surprise... No, they're fluctuating. It's going all over the place. I can't even read these. It's going... All of them are going all over the place. They just keep swapping. Okay. No, he's feeling sad, but there's all these different emotions fluctuating all over the place. How am I supposed to know which one to pinpoint? There's so many different... Like, there's way too many of these to keep a track on. I'm gonna have to just... I think I'm gonna have to count and just see what is the, let's just... Okay, let's start with one. Okay, let's start with the first statement. So happy is triggering nothing, then slight, then nothing, then big and giant. Angry is triggering slight, and then nothing. In this particular statement here, this would be it should be surprise. So let's break it down first. So this should be he should be feeling surprised, which is fine. Anger could also fit because of thing, and the slight happiness here is a little bit weird. So this is the only thing that I'm thinking about for this one. Second one is he's acting like he's sad, which means that the heavy reaction to sad is... It's not even really heavy, he's actually just slightly. So there's something up here, apart from one little thing. No a slight thing of happiness here as well. Surprise is going massive, small, and then nothing, then small again. Angry is going nothing, then a slight, and then all of a sudden it just goes to a big giant burst. Okay. This segment here, he should be angry. His position is angry, so... Angry is putting out one thing of emotion. Surprise is putting out a big, heavy emotion here. Sadness is constantly pumping through. And then we're getting happy emotions in this particular one. That's... okay. Now this one here is supposed to be sad, which we're getting a heavy sad emotion followed by several sad emotions. This one's getting happy. I'm so confused. Like, I'm actually just so confused. It feels like all of them are giving the same reaction. Like, nothing, then flashing, then big flash. I wonder if there's a pattern. That's one thing I'm not sure. There might be a pattern between all of them. If I write the pattern down, maybe there's a... For some of the motions, there might be a pattern. Yeah, so I think when he touched his, originally what happened is he had no emotions when we read the Mood Matrix. Then he pushed his, when they went through that, he pushed his, watch. And the watch made the Mood Matrix start going wacky and all over the place, which I think is what's happening here. And we're supposed to pinpoint one of the emotions, but I'm I'm struggling to see anything that's different. And the only thing I can think of is that maybe one of these emotions is... all of them are in a pattern. So I'm gonna need to write down what the pattern is for each emotion, and then see if they all follow that same pattern. So it might take me a little bit to... Okay, let's break this down. I'm gonna bring up Notepad on my computer. Let's break this down and just, like, see if I can follow a pattern, because they are swapping every second, so, let's write these down. Let's do some actual investigating. The only thing I can see is that there might be a pattern. Let's see. Alright, so... we've got 4 emotions, right? We've got happy, we've got angry, we've got sad, and we've got... This is probably way more complicated than what it needs to be, but, So we've got happy, angry, sad, and surprised, and then each of those should have, like, 5, emotions. We've got 5 statements, so, I think the best way to do is break down via the statements. So we've got statement 1. We've got statement 3. The best way to start this might be... when I see a blank face, that will be when I start the actual count, and then I'll see every second when it changes, based on the sound, so... let's just see, so there's... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not even going by that. I was hoping there was... I don't know how many there are that I'm supposed to be... It's difficult to... I thought there was going to be a pattern. And I can't keep track of the pattern because it's not consistent with the, It seems like it's changing as well, because I just... Unless I start it with the big emotion, because that's the one that I think I only see one time. No, I don't. I see it multiple times. I don't even think I could do it in the method that I was thinking. I was thinking what I could do is that there was only so many of these inputs, and then I could write down what the input was for each emotion and see if it matches up with the same emotion, but I'm not even getting that. I think I'm overthinking it. I think I'm actually overthinking this particular area. Because this here is surprise. This here is sadness. This here is anger. Then this is sadness again, and then this is happiness. But they're all going all over the place, so... I'm not really noticing any differences. Is there a I noticed something just then, but... Hang on one second. I just noticed something. I thought I noticed something on the... Let's just go back through these again for a second. I think I just noticed something. I thought I noticed something while I was watching the happy statement. I thought I noticed something while I was watching the happy statement, but then I think something else is up. Okay. So notice how... I thought something in the happy statement was up for a second here. Notice how each one of these is flashing and going back and forth between odd flashes and no flashes? Watch sadness. Like, I'll stick it here for a... Watch sadness. Sadness is not... Sadness is never going into any other fluctuating height or emotion. It's going to the blue one. The blue one means sadness, but it's not about the feeling itself. It's the fact that all these feelings are going haywire. They're going, like, really high to having nothing, or really low to having nothing. Sadness in this particular statement is only emitting this one input. It's not going fluctuating really high, it's not fluctuating to nothing, it's constant. So let's see if there's any other statements that have this. If they don't, then it must be this. Let's just see if any other statements go back and forth between each other. See, sadness here? Sadness here is going to nothing, and then it's going back into big fluctuating ones. But sadness on this statement is only staying at this slow beat and not changing or fluctuating to anything else. I only noticed it because I was checking out happy for a second. It's like, I thought I noticed something, but it's like sadness is only emitting one singular emotion. Everything else is going haywire. So let's check statement 5 real quick. I think that's it. I think we have it. I'm noticing nothing else that's... Okay, I was completely overthinking it. I was thinking that there was a pattern between all the different statements, and when I noticed that there wasn't a pattern because it was going all over the place, it's like, no, that's... By thinking of one way, I found it another way. I think it's this. It has to be this. Let's pinpoint sadness and see if we're correct. We've got 5 lives, so let's pinpoint the sadness. See if we're correct. I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. Okay, so we were correct. That took a little while. We had to think about that a bit. I was overthinking that, thinking that there was a pattern between everything. There was a pattern, but it wasn't what I was expecting. So I just had to rethink about that a second time. Talked about the moon rock. Out of fear that wouldn't fade. Fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh? It was a response to that moon rock. Okay, so I don't know if I got that by dumb luck or if I just found something, but I thought that there was a pattern originally with everything, but then I noticed that it was like they were sort of random. And it was just like, oh, there's this one particular emotion here that it's like, it's just constantly throbbing. It's not doing anything else. It's just, it's a slight emotion. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because your identity will be revealed. You lost it or you failed to steal it. It would be because of your identity being revealed. Of course. That's it. Sorry about all the noises. That was annoying me as well, hearing the noises of the emotions going. But I'm glad that we finally figured it out. Just a matter of looking at it from a different perspective. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. People believed I was the Phantom. Could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was skill and logic. Like, I thought I couldn't see anything, so I just had to... I wanted to... at first I thought it was something to do with the statements or the posture of him matching the emotion, but then all the postures and the emotions matched up to each other. And just by looking at the third statement, while I thought I saw something happy, I just noticed the one sadness thing. I don't know why I didn't notice that sooner. That there was only one emotion that was staying still. I think it was because the distraction of everything else was that. Afraid that the Moonrock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the Moonrock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the Moonrock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. Wait, what? Wait, we're just gonna grapple hook right out of the... Where do you think you're going? We're just gonna Batman right out of the courtroom here. Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try and get away? How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the Moonrock? Justice we trust? Not emotions, Mr. Lawyer? Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Yeah, that's the thing as well. It's like, if you weren't guilty of anything, you wouldn't try and run away. And also, like, who has one of these high-tech watches? You know, who goes around with a high-tech watch and has a grappling hook in it? Or a wire that can allow them to think. So, it's one of those things where it's like, a lot of culprits could just get away with it by just, like, not, you know, running away from the thing, or by... What was that just now? All human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes, analyzing a case from a psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect things to feel accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the Moonrock anyway? Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. Plus, the guy has a lighter gun. A lighter gun and a grappling hook. All I hear is distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Oh, he's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It's freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. Don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidences. But, Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you in your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. Think I might get the follower goal? I'm close. We're only one follow away. One follow away from that. We'll definitely get there. Sure, you just... So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? And there we go. We just got it. Very much for the thank you very much for the follow, and we made our follower goal. Thank you very much. We're gonna finish the game today, and we got a follower goal. I'm glad. I'm glad that I have more people that like watching me play these games. Again, we still have another game. We have a once we finish this case, I'll like give my overall thoughts of it. Next stream we'll do the DLC case probably. And then we'll go full on into, go fully on into, the third game. We'll go fully into the third game, and hopefully by that time, I can get, the investigation game, hopefully. If we can get to the investigation title, I will play both of those as well. Phasma, is that the game that you were playing before, where, what is it, Phasmophobia, is that the one where you're doing the ghost investigations, or is that a Demonologist? I get the two confused. The ghost hunting one? Because are they the same sorts of games? Because there's Phasmo and then there's Demonologist. I'm assuming they're like a similar sort of title. But yeah, I do like investigation titles. I'd have to look into it. Thank you very much for helping us reach the follower goal. I greatly appreciate that. There is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Demonologist says exercise and Demonologist is harder with more events. Okay. That sounds like an interesting title. Yeah, that makes sense. I was in the stream. I see Nook's reactions all the time in the streams when he's playing it and he screams like a girl. That is the court's opinion on this matter. And that's a win for me. Now a win for analytical psychology. Mr. Phantom, you would tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. He's breaking. Yeah, I'm not really like... I'm not a big horror movie guy or a horror game. Like, I like the Resident Evil games and I like a lot of the like the Dark Pictures games, Until Dawn, those types of things, the jump scary games. But like an investigation title with horror elements sounds like it looks really interesting too. So my fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of it because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock then at all? You don't need items to find the ghost. Yeah. So it's more so like, hey, you go into this area. You go into the area. You have to figure out like what they are, which one it is based on the behavior, and then you yeah. You're so into horror that you're losing interest in it. Yeah, see, horror, again, horror in general wasn't a big thing for me, but I guess I like some versions of it. So I guess I try to be have a lot of variation with what I play. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means that I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. There you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any two-bit con artist. So meaningless in the absence of evidence. You want to do a Dead Space playthrough? Well, they're all, are you talking about the original or the remake? Because the remake did come out, what, all of them? Yeah, I tried to play Dead Space when, it first came out. My television that I was using at the time, I guess wasn't good enough for the, well, it worked, but it was so dark, like the game was so dark I could not actually see where I was going, like everything was way too dark, and I just, at that point I just never went back and played the games. I've watched our playthroughs of them though, they do look like they're quite fun. Oh, he tried to do the... He tried to grapple out of there again, and he, katana... The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dodo? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell, we have a duty to bring the phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by calling for Athena, I allowed the phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust of my murder conviction. Bear part of the responsibility as well. Being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. Two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law. Then it is also our burden to cut away the foul spectre we created, is it not? Till all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideas of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing. Also, it's also why we're getting raids right now. Charmony, thank you for the raid. Let me just give a shout out real quick. Hope that you weren't having to carry Serrata too hard on Overwatch. You gonna try and run some solos on Phasma? Yeah, that sounds like a cool idea. I will try and check that out when I get a chance. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders, from their stream. We are getting to the bottom of this case. We are almost done. Almost finished the game. I do a lot of Plat playthroughs, speedruns, reaction videos, Switch games. We're about to get to the bottom of this case. We're finally out of the Phantom. We're taking down not Batman, or not James Bond, I guess you should say. How was your stream? I heard you got to Plat, was it Plat 2? Serrata told me you got to Plat 2 yesterday. So, well, in last stream, I guess.
Objection!
Oh, Plat 3? Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. Free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always. Just like a little, yeah, that's gonna happen. Like, again, you're gonna fluctuate going up and down. It's always going to be, it's gonna be more and more difficult as you go, you know, once you get used to the game and stuff. Cross-examination time. Okay, one last cross-examination, maybe? I guess it doesn't matter about which one I press. Well, it probably will. I'll have a look. I'll press every statement anyway, just because it's, extra content. But when you say stuck, are you just, like, fluctuating between, ranks? Is that what the thing was? Because, obviously, Trio Q is gonna really help out because of communication and stuff. I need to remind you of the Phantom. Don't make me laugh, you are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. What did you forget? You're supposed to testify of a silly thing like feelings. Because I've seen you play as... I saw you play as Malga, in a couple of games, and you were really good as Malga, I think. Malga's already a really busted character anyway, but, you seemed like you're doing pretty well. Those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. Hate to admit it, but he's right.
Hold it!
Family? Like who in your family specifically? Yeah, this is it. We're very, very close, I think, to finishing this case. Your awareness of the situation needs to get back. Yeah, that will happen as you play. As you get more experience and as you get used to things, you will, and also, you know, call-outs and stuff, like, that's also really helpful. Like, if you, get better at, like, communication with team and stuff, that will definitely, like, aid you quite a lot. Like, you're just gonna naturally get better at that with experience. Like, especially playing with other people that you're familiar with, they're going to know what you're good and bad at, and they'll try and make up for that as you go. Like, it's like, again, it's a team game. Never tackle a multiplayer team game as an individual. Like, you just naturally will get better as you play. It's like anything really, just practice and, you know, always try and, like, aim, you know, never feel, like, intimidated playing against, like, higher ranked people. They'll always make you better. For example, maybe, we need a more concrete answer than that. Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter, maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. It's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? He doesn't look upset in the slightest. He does not look upset at all. Does this man look like a person who's upset that his entire family has been kidnapped by a Phantom? Yeah, have a good night, Germany. Enjoy your food in, the tubes. You're getting up there, though. We're gonna get you there. We're gonna try and help as much as we can to get you to that affiliate as well. Like, you're definitely getting up there. Keep pushing.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'm always gonna be here. I'll always be pushing for that. Teamwork makes the dream work. Can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the Rock. I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me with my wealth of emotions be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, can only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. Willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. Fingerprints can be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. Yeah, it's probably the blood. Because remember, we do have, on his right hand, he did get injured, you can see that. I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. We do have the knife. And it does specifically mention that Athena used one of these knives to stab the Phantom's hand. So we're either going to uncover his scar on his hand, or we're going to uncover that this blood that's on this knife could also, there could also be traces of his blood on this knife as well. Like, I think we're getting close. I for sure think we're getting close. It's just, we gotta make sure we pinpoint the right statement. Because we do have a weapon that could potentially, I'll just continue my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind.
Hold it!
How afraid are you exactly? I'm so scared I started to shake even when I see the moon in the sky. Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring? Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her. I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others. It's alright, you were thinking something mean-spirited and rude, weren't you? Of course not. Must beef up mind-reading defenses. Now do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that.
Hold it!
We're definitely gonna have to present something. Probably the blood, the knife. After all that you've done, how dare you speak the word justice? In justice we trust? I'll say it as much as I want to with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just, is just. That's how it works in this dark age of the law. You won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I'll find a way to get him right where I want him. Dr. Fulbright, or rather the Phantom, feels fear in regard to the moon rock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed. Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the moon rock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if we had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, we just might be able to expose his true identity. Alright, let's go back through the statements again, just to check. That wouldn't have anything. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? Okay, I think it has to be here. It's probably here that we would have to do it. Because these statements aren't really giving us anything that's... Like, this is actually asking a question. So if we present him some evidence to say, hey, wait a second. This would be the reason why you would be afraid of the moon rock. And I think we have to present the knife, because we don't have any other, we don't have any other evidence that would give us, DNA of the, what's in the capsule? We haven't actually opened the capsule. We can't open it yet. I'm assuming we can't, but when I say we can't open it yet, I mean we don't have the ability to open it. Usually in the other games, you would be able to examine the actual capsule and be able to open it, but in this case, we don't actually have the ability to open it right now. Sometimes they let you open stuff if you've, well, in the other games they do let you examine, but for some reason in this game they don't, and I'm guessing the real reason for that is because, like, it's like the whole thing with the lighter, right? How it was like you couldn't open and examine the lighter because if you did, you would have noticed that there was a gun immediately. So I think it's one of those plot armor. I think it's one of those plot armor conveniences, which I've only noticed it in this game. Like, I will point this out. I will point this out when we get to the end of the game and we discuss it. That, like, I think this is one of the problems where it is plot armor. And I haven't really noticed it in the same way that I have in the other games, because this was the first game that I noticed where you couldn't examine evidence whenever you wanted. So they kind of gave it away in the sense of certain things being part of the plot just because of that. So, yeah.
Objection!
Go with the knife. Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran. That's right, and the exact type of knife. Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she set the Phantom's head. Hand. Hand and head are completely different. If you have a hand for a head, then that's different. But hand and head are completely different. Well, that would explain some things. If he got stabbed in the head and we got rid of his feelings, maybe he, yeah, if you hit his head, you know his identity. That was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Lexington says she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock. And he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we run the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. Yeah, I think that would be the case. I think that absolutely would be the case. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. Maybe so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. You don't actually expect me to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. How can you keep reusing your... I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir, but we have cut your grappling hook. You cannot escape here. There is no escape for you. You think you're done? You think you figured it out? I mean, you might be right. Your theories have been on the ball. We're getting close. What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edges without compare. I mean, it's not really a spoil. I mean, it's not really a spoiler if it's a theory. Like again, if you've got it. I'm as blind as you are, so I've not played this game before, so until we actually see what actually happens, it's a theory. So come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. This is an outrage. Attacked by the bird, as you do. Go on, right, Dono? Let's start out with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. %positive? I mean, it probably is gonna be... We'll see if it's cliche. Like, again, we'll get there. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. Here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security back in those days. All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a wizard or leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible! And why is that? The Space Center was searched... Look, the Space Center was searched from top to bottom. Especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. Yeah, it's probably what you're thinking. Plot armor has probably struck again. We'll get to there and see what happens. How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it herself. Or himself, sorry. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think. How did the Murok vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you not show what happened to the moon rock? Yeah, just let us. You got a crispy water sandwich today. Just let us, nothing else. Enjoy your crispy water. Yes, I can, Your Honor. Whoops, sorry, I mean... What? Yeah, so you can clearly tell he has to be the Phantom. Like, the fact that he's talking normally, and now he's at a point where it's like he has to... It's so weird. So he has to... He's the Phantom with no emotions and the feelings thing or whatever. He has to now... He knows that he's exposed, so now he has to act every single time he's doing something, and he goes from one thing to another, so... He's clearly up to something. In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. You know where the rock is and why it didn't show up for 7 years? So how did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? We're about to get our question answered at this point. Yeah, I think at this point it's become so obvious now that he's not even trying to hide it. But in saying that, they did a good job prior to that, where it was like I wasn't thinking the detective. You know, I wasn't necessarily thinking about. I was more thinking about how do we get out of this situation. It is typical of the final case to usually have a character that's so obvious, but that's only after they've already been kind of exposed. So the only way that I could think of that we would get out of the thing is, we don't really have anything else that we can... Like, the lighter is too small, obviously, and it's not going to be that. And I think so. The only way to do it would be the Hope capsule itself. At the crime scene 7 years ago, it was launched into space and only returned to Earth a few days ago.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with that Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the sensor to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule was there in the lab that day. Yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. Or if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Yeah, not the Hope... The Hope capsule is gone. Preposterous, it would mean... All hope is lost, everyone. All hope is lost. For 7 years, the world was without hope. Yeah, the Hope capsule's lost. Was gone. All hope in humanity just disappeared for that period of time. Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. You sent it to space! It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. I mean, you should definitely get them. I've said this every stream. Are you heading to the gym to get some gains? Take that crispy water sandwich with you. You'll definitely need it. You need some nutrition in that. You need some nutrition to lift some weights. You should definitely do this. Get all of these games and just. I want to see you. I want to see how soon it takes you to break down the. I want to see how long it takes you to break down the cases. You're like a wizard in this. Yeah, you can use the lettuce sandwich to rehydrate you. You can get hydrated on that of that lettuce. Hang on a second, my remote play crashed again, I think. Oh, no it didn't. Am I still live? Okay, it wasn't that. My encoder. I don't know why it does that. Sometimes I get a message every now and then, it tells me the encoder's overloaded, but I've always kept it at the same thing, and it's not every stream. I thought for a second I went offline. No, it was just the encoder. I probably should just change the encoder instead. I've got it at 6,000, which is what I normally have. Order in the court! I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat One anyway. The villain used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh, glitch was OBS. Mine was the it told me the encoder was overloaded, but yet I used Twitch Studio for like the majority of the 2 years I've been streaming, and I used the same exact settings that I did on OBS for Twitch Studio, and there weren't any problems. But for some reason on OBS it just doesn't like it, so it's like I don't know. I'm not sure if that's a problem with me or a problem with the PC. It can't be a problem with the PC because my PC is not even that old. I think it's just OBS. I just don't like using OBS, so I just blame OBS for everything. It's already planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. Mr. Starbuck and the others forward the Phantom's plot. Yeah, I was happy living that 4% life. I was using Twitch Studio, and then they told me, hey, we're discontinuing Twitch Studio now because only 4% of people use it. And then it's like, okay, I'll just move to something else because I don't want to lose my streams. And then it's like they still haven't taken it down since it's been 3 months now. So it's like I'm not gonna go back. It's like I'll just whatever. Twitch be doing Twitch. You trying to get someone to do emblem and banner designs? I don't have anyone in mind. Just be very careful. That server, the Pixelify server, tends to get a lot of art scam bots coming through. And yeah, just don't. Just try and avoid those. Yeah. There was someone that I knew in that server that did that, and they spent $500 on stuff, and then they never got it. So yeah, just be wary. We analyze the blood in the moon rock. Should make one thing crystal clear: that you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. Wait, hang on a second. You were quoted 1.7k for what? What were you gonna get for 1.7k? No way, no way. No way is anyone charging 1.7k for art. No way. What were they gonna give you? No way were they giving you any... That is not... It does not cost that much amount of money. Emblem banner custom overlay the character I wanted to make. I guess so. If you were doing like a VTuber kind of thing, I guess you could understand it being 1.7k, but still, that's a lot. Opening, closing. Okay, I guess you're including animated videos and everything else. Yeah, I guess it would add up at that point, but that's still a lot of money. That's still a lot of money for someone that you haven't even, like, that's a lot of money for someone who's just coming into someone's chat and being like, hey, I've got, like, art to sell you. But that's a big lot of cash to just hand over to someone. Skeleton, Diesel, Steampunk, Bounty Hunter. That sounds like something out of, this sounds like something out of your, like, out of a D&D campaign. Skeleton Diesel Steampunk Bounty Hunter. That sounds... Are you trying to do, like, Lobo from DC? DC Comics. So he killed Apollo, or like, Ghost Rider. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back. I believe so. You don't know who... Oh, you don't know who Lobo is. Do you know who Ghost Rider is, though? Original assignment may have been just to sabotage. Okay, Ghost Rider's closer. Lobo is basically like the DC. So Lobo is an intergalactic bounty hunter that rides on a bike, and he's pretty powerful. He's kind of a comedy character, but he has had some serious like. Comics where he actually is quite tough to... He's quite tough to take down. You can't really compare him to Ghost Rider. It's like it's a different type of thing, but Lobo is like the closest thing I would consider to like a similar archetype, I guess, maybe, I don't know. At the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge. Attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. In the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Although, if you've seen the Ghost Rider movie, the Nicolas Cage movies, there is an older Ghost Rider guy that does have a horse as his, you know, basically like mode of transportation. If you've ever seen that movie, where in that movie there's a character that transforms into like an older version of Ghost Rider before bikes existed, and he uses a horse. Western like the Grand. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. Radio Family. Yeah, that was what it was. Like Sam Elliott played him. Yeah, that particular one. Yeah, I think that's a cool idea. Again, most of the time when people do like make characters and stuff, it's like, hey, put a piece of myself into the character, but then also go like put a piece of myself into the character, but then also go complete fantasy and fiction with it as well. Probably hung out onto that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny, you make me laugh, you really do! Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it to all of it now? It's nothing to admit! I'm Bobby Fulbright, and the undercover investigator, I tell you! Ah, I see, yeah, that's definitely, that sounds like a cool idea. Got some really interesting ideas for what you want to do. I would love to see what it looks like once it's finished. Once your idea is kind of like finished. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of those schemes, a trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. He's breaking. He's close to breaking point. Make your own gaming man cave? That sounds like a cool idea. Can't wait to see what it looks like. Again, you have some really cool ideas. I can't wait to see them actually play out. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence.
Red and black walls and thundercloud lights? Okay, I get you, I get what you mean. Yeah, I can't wait to see when everything's finished. Like, you'll have your setup completely done, all your images for the stream. Like, you have some good ideas. More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. Alright, let's get going. Guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Okay, he's coming out. We're getting the Phantom. Phantom is here, guys. Phantom's here. Die, Simon Blackwell. He's yep, he's unleashed. Hey, you guys aren't really... Edgeworth? What are you doing back here? What's Edgeworth doing? I guess he's back because of the thing as well. Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth. I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Yeah, you said that you've got everything sorted out. You've just got your, all your gaming set up, all your, like, the look of everything. Ideas behind what you want, so it's just a matter of time, really. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. We started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition system. Here it comes. But none of them looked like the least bit like Detective Fulbright. Here comes the robot stuff now. I think you mentioned this last stream actually about the robot detecting. Remember how you were mentioning about the robot? Your theory was something about the robot with the coat. The coat being worn and, like, the registering the facial recognition as well. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Alright, everyone. What do we think is going to happen? What do we think that, Edgeworth is, what do we think he's found? He's got something. He's saying that he hasn't found anyone, Let's see what he has to say. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Where, what's that supposed to mean? An identified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Okay. Yep, so Fulbright isn't even Fulbright at this point. It's a completely different person. What does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter? Then this man? Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Oh, okay. He's wearing a mask. His face. Oh, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness? He said imposter, he's being added as a cosmetic in Among Us. Yeah, is that true? Are they actually adding a Fulbright, cosmetic? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. Alright, everyone get prepared for Old Man Jenkins. It's always Old Man Jenkins that, is the villain. He would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for meddling attorneys. Alright, who are you? The reveal is... Wait, what? No way. But that's... No way can it be him. Hey, Paula. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, they're adding Edgeworth. Yeah, this is just another mask. Who's this? This is the character that we got off as the defendant in Case 4. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. Oh, okay, he's like a master of disguise. This is why.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. We compile a psych profile on you and you compare the results. It will prove that you're the Phantom. There's another mask. Who's next? Master of Disguise. It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase. The mean end justifies the That voice. Those words. I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? Mask? I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence. Wait, he sniped the evidence from us. He just sniped the evidence. Time to take out the trash permanently. How could you? Now do you see now how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence.
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. Oh, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right, I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face. Memories. Personality. Beliefs. Emotions and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? Now we resume with our lesson, Mr. Wright. Oh, I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom. Well, if there was blood on the moon rock, then that capture. This case is lasting longer than I expected. We finished the first part of the trial in about 6 minutes. So this case has been, this second part of the trial has been going for over 3 hours. I was expecting this to only be like I don't know, like an hour or two. No, we're getting up there. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your fate. Seal your what? Fudge. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capture was there in the courtroom's evidence. It's blood smithereens. I will be completing the case. I'm not gonna stop. Like, we're gonna finish the game today, like the main game, and like we'll do the DLC case next stream probably. Try and do it. Looks like you finally have caught on. Full marks for the defense for effort. What a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. Can't believe it. We've really reached a dead end after coming all this way. Is the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
The defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing right, Dodo. I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, as you can see, there's still a moon rock there too. Strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Yeah, we'll probably be done in... Probably be done in... I would think an hour. I would think. I don't think it's going to take me very long to break down the game. Like, it just depends on other stuff. But, like, we pretty much just have to get the credits and, like, a few other things and get things wrapped up out of the way. Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? Okay, so... wasn't the description they were carved from the moon rock? This thing says... An earring that was, the stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. So that's what that one says. So we have a moon rock earring, but that's not, that's different. So I don't think this will prove the identity. This won't prove his identity because of it just being owned by Athena and stuff. It won't prove the identity at all. But again, we have something else that we can prove as well because we've already said that yeah. So the moon rock earring it was cut from the thing, but I think the moon rock is different from the moon rock earring. But we do have some proof that will prove his identity because we now know that the Phantom was responsible for the courtroom bombing. So we have the bomb. We have an actual bomb here.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo specifically. After the bombing, specifically right there. I'm thinking that it would be this. Like, looking at all these parts, this does not look like a part of a bomb. Like, you've got, like, the main box here, you've got, like, an alarm system, you've got some wires, you've got some chips here, you've got some other additional things. But this here, this doesn't look like anything that would belong on a bomb.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat Bomb? Now please, note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock, and when we look at the photo... When we look at this photo of the bomb fragments... See how there is a rock-like shape with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it! It would seem that the moon rock is much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. DNA testing on that blood proved that the witness is indeed the Phantom. That's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, you fool bright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed? Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was a witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
Wait, what? That was Apollo! Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Wait, here's a... hang on a second. There's even more masks! Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? Now he's me? Did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? No, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Did this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know that they're just rocks? Can't prove they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
That'd be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection! Maybe
some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. You can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
Your blood was found on one of the fragments. Polo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but... several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom, and was hurt pretty badly. Of course you were. Of course you were. Maybe that's how my blood found its way into a piece of rubble. Exactly, and also he just randomly coming out like, oh, during the 7-year period I tripped and fell in the courtroom. I tripped and fell in the courtroom and hurt myself. It's like, yeah, that's definitely gonna work as damn evidence. And yet I suppose it's not completely out of the question. This is how desperate the culprits get in the games, though. They start getting ridiculous in terms of their actual, like, reasonings. So you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. Oh, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Yeah, magic guy fell in the one rock found as evidence from the bombing. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well then, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock and the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. And well, actually there is. We do have proof, remember? There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
We have something, remember? So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. Such a valuable rock too. A shame, really. Lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. Piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. We have the moon rock earring. An earring that was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for the research. Take that. Just about the only things my mother left with me, a widget, and this earring. Maybe she did love me, in her own way. Athena, you may not know it yet, but your mother left with a very important piece of evidence. Sorry. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. You're buying a lottery ticket? I mean, you've been on the ball quite a bit with these games. You mean... Exactly. Gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. I'm Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed, to her daughter that fragment of her love. Well, again, it's like it's just like what I was saying. It's like you could say that it's cliche, shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope to the future. But at the end of the day, it's like they have to. The whole getting down to that point in the first place is what takes a while. Like I think once it gets to around this point in time, you once he started revealing who he was, the evidence is kind of in the bag. But it's the whole process of getting to there first is what makes these more intriguing, I think. This is the defensive sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample? Seeing that Dr. Sykes always wears. I mean, that could be a cool idea. Co-op, like co-op streaming of these games. I mean, again, these are fun with these are fun to enjoy by yourself. These are fun to enjoy with somebody else. These are fun to. This is the first time I've played these games on stream. So I've really enjoyed. I've really enjoyed myself. I've really enjoyed interacting with chat and just seeing like, hey, like let's come up with some crazy theories. And, like, constantly going back and forth and seeing, like, how do we, you know, because, again, we all have different ways of thinking. We have different ways of thinking and analyzing evidence or things, so it's like, we might have different ways of getting to the truth, but at the end of the day, we still get there. It's made from that original moon rock. All this time? It was right here all along? It's good to have a back and forth, and things for discussion as well. It can't be. If the composition of the bomb fragment and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. Since the test results showed that the blood on the fragments was yours, This means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. You may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all that emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. I suppose you do. Didn't have anybody to support me at first either. Couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run away from myself? And there's nothing inside. Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. People have emotions, just a fact of life, and so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? Fear inside of me. Is this... No. Maisie's breaking down now. Oh, there we go. I'm afraid! I'm scared! I feel fear! Look at that face! That is the face of someone, yeah. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. Oh, what an awesome, your own true face. Everyone's confronting him with, what does his actual face look like? That triple objection or whatever. My own true face? No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. Here it comes. My own true face! I don't have one! My face! My face! Are we getting like all the, is this my face? Is it? Is it? No! That's not it! No! This isn't me either! Is this me? Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Ah! I can't do the yelling justice without her. Wait, what? He got a... He's dead. He never saw it coming. A sniper attack in this very courtroom? It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Okay, I want to know... I wonder if we're ever going to uncover who the sniper is. Or is it just going to be remained anonymous? That would be kind of cool if the next game was focused on unraveling that. But I'm guessing it's just not going to matter. I'm guessing it won't matter. Prosecutor Blackwell, how was Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing? I'm pretty sure he's dead. We didn't see the shot where the shot hit him, but He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. No, he's still alive. Okay, he's still alive. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of that final piece of evidence Wright Journal submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all of these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. I like how they're talking about this now. It's like, dude just got shot with a sniper, and we're talking about, nah, he's incarcerated now. It's like, nah, he's incapacitated. Like, he needs to get to a hospital. Like, you want him to be atone for his crimes. Like, he needs a hospital. Like, he needs to get... The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There is still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. Before I do, will the defendant please return to our proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes. There's our not guilty verdict. The confetti is coming from the sky. It's raining confetti. There was no roof. Where was the confetti coming from? That's the biggest mystery of these games. Where does the confetti come from? My headcanon is that when the judge, like... My headcanon is that there's a voice recognition software in the courtroom, and when the judge says not guilty, it triggers, like, something that allows for confetti to fall from the sky. Or from somewhere. That's my headcanon. Court is adjourned. We did it. It's not over yet, though. We still have a lot of post-trial, things to wrap up, I guess. December 12th, 9:12 p.m. So we were in the courtroom for nearly 4 hours, according to, because when we, from the point that we exited the courtroom at the start of the stream until this point, so it's been, yeah, nearly 4 hours. You're getting ready to start now? Okay, it's all good. We've still got a little bit more stuff after this, which is just, like, wrapping up all the character arcs, I'm guessing, in the credits, but, it was implied that Gumshoe had something to do with the confetti falling. I did not know that. That's actually kind of cool. I wasn't actually aware. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Thank you, Pearls. Thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt? Fine, Daddy. Just doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. It's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you safe. Right, I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth? We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom this whole time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well... We knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. No, we never would have won the trial without you. Sure help as chief prosecutor, that was the key to the successful conclusion. Besides, was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Really owed you a few favors. His feet hurt from walking the crime scene. Edgeworth think we can finally bring the Dark Age of Law to an end. Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually, our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said it with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. Won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? Think about it. Complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Athena? Oh, it's Blackwell. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. So glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it. Thank you for stopping by, Shadow. Greatly appreciated. Hope that your stream goes well. If I finish, I might, I'll see if I can send you the raid over. Get you some, see if I can help boost up that, average. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My unavowed duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. Well, looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. Took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It's definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. Unlucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry we caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is 3 thanks to Mr. Wright. There are so many more people out there who need our help. Right, I'll be needing you both to help them. Still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. You want to manage your victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Nothing like a bowl of Eldrin's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency. Right, Mr. Wright? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join you in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. He just doesn't know what's going on. I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? True, she's like about to bankrupt us. We're gonna be bankrupt on noodles. Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair, I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. There's an objection button? Okay, everybody, everyone get their objections ready in chat. And we'll try and time it together so that they all do the thing. Everyone, this is the final thing of the case. We'll count it down, okay? Everyone, I'll give everyone a second or two to get their objections ready to say in chat when we do the thing. Because this is the ending of the case. We have to do it together. We have to all yell objection and point at the screen. I don't know, do something. Okay, I guess if everyone's ready to go. 3, 2, 1. Objection! There we go. Game's finished. We finished the game. I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. Decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install a lost air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. Think I should have found him a new one? That's okay. It's the right anything agency after all. Alright, I'll give my thoughts and everything after the credits are gone because there's so many of these things to voice. Let's just chill. Chill for a bit. Tina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. Better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and then ignite your passion. Should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers? Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead. Hear some chill music while we're take all that in. The end of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? You're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me. He just runs away. And Gasp and Pain continues. The tragedy of Gasp and Pain. We'll see you next game, bud. Assuming that you're the start of the first case. I've been asked to debut the Great Master Wrestler Chamataro. Scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next, though. What to do? A fight to the finish with myself? Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lord to be the Amazing Ninetales too? It's not a bad idea. Better be all for it. Caca, caca. So we're foes, are we, my little friend? Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? Took over Rex Gilby for the good old, my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, what do you think you're doing sticking to the manor? The jig's up, better make a run for it. Nice to see you're still doing well, Filch. Yeah, we'll go through the game once the credits are done. I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday. U-S-C-E. I'm studying my buns off too, but not gonna pass the Thames entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. Hugh, Juniper, a dream will live on forever! Found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them. It's because I want to be a legal journalist instead of a judge or a lawyer. Anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future is as bright as can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood has to say in the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, the cover box got soggy. Yeah, good old Miriam. This is why I like these credit sequences. Nice and short, and we get to see, like, post-case. The one night only reunion concert. I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, yeah? You can already feel it now. Give this place a good cleaning up from top to bottom. But it's already a mess again. Guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once training is over, simply must be done. Humanity's dream for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the App-3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Eurocosmos. What do you... Oh, Director. Yes. The rocket preparations are fully complete. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director, Eurocosmos. Yeah, it was nice to see Pearls after so long. I wonder if we'll see them again. We went through so much with them in the first trilogy. I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mummy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting, Montes Perennius or the Mare Tranquilitas? You would think that they would like you for one. Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and for Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know now I should never give up. But I'm worried. Can't breathe in space, and in fact it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wished for Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future. I was not expecting this to last as long as it did, but I'm happy that it is. Maybe me having to start later was actually good because of finishing. Look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Please forgive me! Blackwood's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It seems solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into the warmth of the spring. Now I owe White yet another debt of gratitude, but I will pay him one day. You can trust in that. Intense? Is Edgeworth gonna be back someday? May or may not have been some games that were released today. I think that's it. I think that's all the discussions. Alright, you know what, we should, let's discuss a little bit. You know, let's talk about the game and what I thought about it and thing. I'm not gonna go too much in depth in the character and story department, just because we kind of already went over those. Except for this case. Like, I think I liked this trial. I preferred the first part just because of all the cameos and all the things, because we were still trying to figure out how it was working. This second trial was really good though, just because of the, like the reveal, the absurdness of it, like actually, trying to break down the, you know, getting, Fulbright to confess. It did become a little obvious near the end, but in saying that, it's also, you could say that about most of the cases. Once you see once you've already got the idea of who you think it's going to be, it's essentially already like a foregone conclusion. Again, like graphically and musically, like again, the first 3D game, outside of the Ace Attorney ones that I've played, it's pretty much just an improvement over the normal ones. You get to see the environments moving around, you get to see the characters a little bit more in depth with their reactions as well, and their interactions with stuff, and it just works. I don't care if it's 2D or 3D, it works both ways. There's just a lot more things that you can do when you have the 3D models and you're able to do all that sort of stuff. And like music-wise, I think the music was better in this game than it was in the previous one. There was a lot more unique musical shifts and stuff. I guess because each character got their own sort of like shine. Because it plays all three main characters and also like a lot of other characters also got to make cameos and stuff. I'm very happy with this game. Definitely better than Apollo Justice, I would say. I think this is easily better than Apollo Justice. The last two cases alone are like probably. The last two cases alone would have to be in my top 10, possibly top 5 of the series. I'd have to really think about it. The only real weak point was the third case, I would say, but I liked the last trial of that. Everything else felt really, really solid. Can I get anything else after the credits? Oh, we are. Okay. Might take a bit of a break right before we,
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10.
I think I might take just a little bit of a break right before the, I try and like... I probably have a lot more things to discuss that I want to talk about, that I just want to clear my, get my head over, and then we'll come back in a second thing just to gather some more of my thoughts. Well, he got his wish, he's got into space, which is really cool. Well, there's Aura in the prison cell.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine. Just believe in yourself.
The moon's closer than you think!
There we go. What a nice ending. Nice happy ending. No one,
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
did it.
Oh, yeah!
All right.
It's 8 AM and you just woke up. Oh, that's all good. I'm having a good day. We just finished the game. We actually, you came just in time for the game to finish. We saw Solomon go into space. So don't worry about it. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty, as deceit. But just Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair. Believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Yep, there is the end. You didn't really get spoiled. You only literally just came in. You would have only just seen the launch at the end. It was a happy ending. Everyone went home happy, I guess. A lot happened in the trial. As much as I want to continue on to the next game, there is a DLC case I still have to do. Sync this up for a second. And also, a lot of my other thoughts. So, I think... Just give me a second. Yeah, so then we have to still complete the special episode, which is DLC. So, we will, I'm not going to do that this stream. I want to get my thoughts wrapped up with the main game. Then we'll probably just try and get the whole special episode done in one stream, if possible. How many plats do I have? Right now, 154. Which, if you think that's a lot, it definitely is not. 154 isn't as much as, what I've seen. Yeah, this will be 155 when we complete it, so, yeah, that's true Destinies. I had so much fun with this. I had so much fun with this game. Not only through interaction with my viewers and chatters and stuff, but just also like overall, this game was just so much fun. the variety of the cases, the consistency of the cases, the characters in the cases, like everything. There was a lot of funny moments. There's just so much to things. There's so much to cover. I'll try and keep away from the story, just mainly because we've already went through that anyway, and the same for the characters. Another thing with graphic wise, this game had voice acting and had like more voice acting and had the anime cutscenes, which I think worked very, very well. So those were also some good additions. Again, all the character sprites looked really good, and like a lot more variety in the music as well. Gameplay wise, I do have a couple of nitpicks. Namely, I missed the examine feature. I wanted to. I liked the look of the environment. I wanted to be able to examine all of the areas. Now, I think the reason why they probably got rid of it. Is because, obviously, being the first 3D game, having these animated cutscenes would have added more workload on, and so they probably figured, let's only have examine available on, you know, on the areas where you would actually have to think. Now, it did bring about another problem in that you couldn't examine a lot of your evidence, so it kind of made certain things that were, as we were saying before, plot armor, like the hope capture you couldn't examine, the lighter you couldn't examine, because they were plot armor held back, so that was the main reason for those. But yeah, outside of that, I don't think I had too many problems. Like, the perceive feature felt like it was better handled. The Magatama stuff was still good. The Mood Matrix was a very fun addition. I enjoyed trying to break down those. As someone who has always had a bit of a hard time establishing how emotions are through text and through seeing emotion on a person, I found it very easy to understand. It wasn't too hard, actually. And even that last one where we were breaking it down, it's like it made me think about it in a different perspective, where I saw how I felt. I thought I noticed a pattern, but then it ended up being something else. Some of them are a little bit tricky. But yeah, it's like I think outside of that, I don't really have many problems. Like, the game looks good, the game has really good music, the game has really fun characters, the game has consistent, every case I think is consistent in its own way. I think every case was outside of the third one, which I liked the last part of the trial. I think every case was very consistent. Yeah, we're still not done though, we still have a special episode, and also the third game. So we're still got one game to go. There's still much more of this to enjoy. And today is also when the Edgeworth Investigation games came out, so we still have 2 more of those after this, if I can get them in time. We'll just have to wait and see. And hopefully everything all works out. But yeah, I don't really know what else to really talk about. I guess I should wrap up what I thought about this trial, because we basically just got to the end of the... I liked Fulbright's character. I was kind of hoping that we would find out who he was, but I guess the mystery is more better than the thing. I'm wondering if the end of the game is going to suggest that we find out something about who shot them, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. I like the interactions between all of the characters. A lot of the returning cameos were very well done too. I don't know what I guess I could try and, like, I don't really know if there's anything else to talk about. I kind of went through how it looked, the game, sound, gameplay stuff that I had problems with. I don't really have very much, like, negatives or nitpicks to say, like, outside of just the examine feature missing, because I wanted to have more content to interact with, but, you know, they might fix that in the next game. I really enjoyed, like, interacting with my chat and having them, like, give their theories and stuff. And also, several people have come into my chat since I've started playing these and been like, oh, I really like the look of these games. So I really do implore that if anyone has an interest in these games, to pick them up. Like, if you have any, like, you know, to actually pick these games up and play them. Like, they are a load of fun to play. And you can just play them whenever you want, because you can save whenever you want. So it's not a, it's not like a massive time grind or a massive, like, requirement to, commit to completing them. Like, you will not be disappointed with it. I don't think any of these games are disappointing. I just think some games are better than others. Where this would rank against the others, I'm not really sure. Just because I haven't played the other games in such a long while. Some of the 4th and 5th case are definitely up there, I would say, for top 5, top 10 cases of the series. For sure. Just because of the characters and stuff alone. And again, the relation back to the 7 years ago case, the relation back to the first case, and you know, playing this game from beginning to end, a lot of stuff interweaving, I like all that stuff. I like having the interweaving characters, I like having the interweaving cases going back and forth, because it makes you rethink about how you think about other cases. Like, I think case 1 was already really good, but the fact that it changed up so much in the, from the 4th and 5th cases, it helps boost up case 1 even higher. And, like, case 3 is the weakest case, to me, but the trial, the second trial portion, was really well done. And also, like, the means breakdown and the means character themselves was also very good, so... I just don't... It's hard to compare all of them. Like, I think they're all just very good. I feel like I'm rambling at this point as well, so maybe I should just, like, let it sink in and let, It's kind of hard to bounce off of everything when you don't have, the, like, direction of what you want to do. So yeah, next stream will probably be the special episode. I'll try and fit it into one part, if possible. If not, then we'll just split into 2. And then, once we finish that off, we'll go and just get straight into the final of the 3 games. And we'll just, so the next game has 5 episodes, or 5 cases, as well as a special episode. So we will do them in order. We'll do the same thing, I think. Do the 5 cases, and then do the special episodes. It's like a little extra thing, and then we'll be done with the game. And then we'll have to see what else we can play. Hopefully it can be Edgeworth if it's smaller. We'll just have to wait and see. So, those are the plans for going forward. We've reached 200 followers today, so obviously that's important to me. We are steadily increasing on that average as well, so I do appreciate each and every one of you for sticking around and spending time with me, playing some, being a lawyer and detective and prosecutor and all this sort of stuff. So, yeah, I don't really know what else I'm saying. I'm kind of rambling on at this point. I'm rambling about rambling. I guess before I close anything out, does anyone have any, like, anything that they wanted to, like, discuss? Like, that I might be forgetting about the game? Like, how did you feel about it? How did, because I'm kind of out of talking points now, and, you know, it's, I don't know. I don't really have anything, to be honest. I usually don't get to this point where I have a lot of people that are in my chat that are kind of like interested in the game. So if anyone has anything that they want to like wrap up, I can like discuss that. Otherwise, I'll probably just like end a little bit earlier today. See if I can send everyone someone else's way. That might be a good idea, actually. Like I'm rambling, so... Alright, well, all those plans have been sorted out. We'll, I guess we'll get out of here. So, with that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, review on this video gets a 2 monetization. That's my content for everyone. It's accessible and easy to find. I upload everything to my YouTube channel. And link everything here because YouTube is still trying to fix up all that problem, so we'll get that sorted at some point in time whenever I realize that links are okay. I also have a games list for all of the games we currently have played on stream, all in an organized playlist. I've got to update it for this game. For anyone to find where those are, as well as the speedrun stuff that I've been doing as well. We'll keep adding to the list. I'm going to do something in the future when we reach affiliate. I'm going to try and do something with channel points. And I'm going to have a list of games that we have a choice of playing. And I'm going to try and see if I can do like channel points. Like people can use their channel points to, if they want to bid on what the next game is going to be. After we finish the next one, then I think that's a good like little interaction system we can try. Just to... That way I have an idea about, like, what do my viewers want to see more, and we'll just keep pushing from there. Obviously, we'll be continuing with more of this. But we'll get there when we get there, I guess. I also upload everything to YouTube because I have a 7-day limitation on my videos on Twitch before they delete off permanently. Well, there'll be a separate place for everyone to find my content on there as well. All my upcoming games that I have to buy, as well as DLCs and things like that. Like, I have a lot of games that I still need to work on. You're gonna start learning how to make emotes. If you could get one for free, what would you like? I haven't thought about all my emotes as of yet. I think when you get emotes, you get... I think when you get to affiliate, you get, keep in mind, if you get to, keep in mind, I have no emote slots until I reach affiliate right now, so, I believe you get 5 animated and 5 animated and 5 non-animated ones, so I'm thinking, if I'm gonna do any, kind of emotes, I'm thinking, I want to do something for each trophy, so platinum, bronze, silver, gold. I want to do probably a raid one, a lurk one. I'm trying to think like what else. In some ways, I'm kind of like, I'm not artistic, but I kind of need like ideas from. I think I can get better ideas from my chat stuff and from my viewers, because like I'm thinking like the trophy idea, which is 4, a raid emote, which is 5, a lurk emote, which would be 6. That would give me 4 extra slots. I'm thinking an emote of like if I maybe like a death emote, like a rip emote, because if I do games where we die, like that's always fun to have chat interaction, like chat trolling me for dying. What else? Maybe a no emote if like for something, I don't know. You know, yeah, a dancing panda would definitely work. You need to do something. You need to do something central to pandas, just because. Well, one, pandas are very popular amongst, like, I think people really like pandas in general, so it's like, if you made a bunch of emotes that were, like, pandas doing different things, I think those would get pretty popular amongst other streamers, just seeing a dancing panda, like, popping up in the stream, or, like, maybe, like, a peeking panda, like, a panda, like, popping up, like, a panda popping up out of the, like, popping up out of something, like, popping up over a fence or something. Up a lot, you know, something like that, I don't know. I haven't really got, that's why I'm thinking, like, when I do reach affiliate, I do want to, like, actually sit down and discuss with people, like, hey, like, what are some ideas that people have to think, like, what would actually work? Who knows, maybe we can do an objection emote. That would actually be kind of cool. I don't know, we'll think about it when we get there. Look at more Plat custom games with the trophy, as well as switching things opposite again to the Switch, along more trying to experience, probably like Godera experience, but Nuzlocke might doing those. The live speedrun stuff is close to being done. I now have more of that to do because I've reached 200 followers. So challenge speedruns are going to be 0 and 100 kills ninja, the Orsted boss rush, and maybe a couple other things. We'll keep adding them as I go. We'll just have to see. I really like playing that game a lot. The Persona Tactica stuff, I'm about halfway through the notes, so that should hopefully be coming at some point. Yeah. Also, the individual levels for Octopath Traveler as well, I'm working on those. I have a lot of speedruns I need to catch up on, but I'm hoping that I can get working on those when I have time elsewhere. I just have a lot to work on. We've also got to think of another I've got to think of another goal as well. What's my next follower goal going to be? I was thinking about another speedrun of some sort, but I have to think about it. It might be, now that I think about it, I might do Super Mario RPG. Or, maybe something Pokemon related. Maybe something Pokemon related, maybe Let's Go. Maybe Let's Go would be a nice, Let's Go Eevee would be a nice, speedrun to do. Like, an actual Pokemon speedrun. I guess we can try that out. I've got to think of ideas that I want to do with stuff. It all depends on how much time that I have, because like it depends on how fast I get to 20 more followers. If I get 20 more followers really slowly, then I can think about it. If I get them really fast, then I have to really think about something else. So I'll think about it when we get off the thing. It might be just temporary as well. We'll just have to see. And then, yeah, if you also get a notification of Live watching on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch. So 200 followers we just got to today. 220 I don't have an idea of yet. I think we'll just let that sink in. I'll probably put a temporary placeholder for 220. As it is, I'm already so far behind on all the incentives as it is, so I kind of want to make sure I get those done out of the way. But at the same time, I'm trying to push for affiliate, so I kind of want to do that. So we are getting close to that. Going to be able to make a bunch of subscriber emails and incentives for everyone to check out as well. Get a notification when I go live on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. Just bring that up to be notified when I go live. I'm in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friend's Discord server. Close to the members to the growing strong gamers to discuss as well. I'm very active, just get a notification when I go live as well. And finally, you should know who created my stream overlay that I use for all my future content going forward. You can find a link down below in the description for that as well. So, again, plans for next stream will be DLC case for Destinies. If we can finish that in one sitting, then the stream after that will probably be Spirit of Justice full way through. I've got to keep an eye on the days because there are going to be some events coming up as well. So we'll just see how that goes from there. Again, as I always get out, before I always get out of here, I always make sure to raid. That's not how you spell Twitch. That's not how you spell Twitch either. Destiny 2? No, not Destiny 2, this game. This game is called Dual Destinies. I was talking about this game. I don't play Destiny, no. This game has, so you see the thing here with SP? That's the special episode. So special episode means DLC. So we're gonna play that in the next stream. I'm not gonna be doing. I'm not gonna be playing Destiny. No, I don't want to play that. Why? That's how you spell Twitch. All right, what have we got? Alright, I'm gonna send you over to Shadowhunter. They were here earlier, and I did promise that I was going to, send them over to Thing. They are trying to reach affiliate as well, and I would greatly appreciate, like, to help them out. I did say that I would, so, let's just make sure I spelled their name right. They were in here earlier. If you weren't familiar with who they were the ones who were, they were able to solve the, they were able to solve the case, essentially with just like breaking things down and stuff. It's really cool. They might actually be playing this at some point. I guess they will come back to it whenever they do that. But we'll just make sure that they're. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna send you over to them. They're playing some Phasmophobia at the moment, so thank you everyone for watching. Greatly appreciate all your viewership as well. And with all that being said, have a good day night, wherever you all are, and I will see you all later.